Hi, cheese. Oh, fuck, I forgot to do that.
Oh my glob!
Indeed, Glub Hub. How you doing, Cheesy? How you doing, Glub? Son of a bitch! How many did you get? You only got one? Alright, well, you looted the body. Give me back my points! That was kind of a ransom. A nod to ransom. Hi, Omizu. Hi, Emmanuel. Is it working? Oh, there's a... Hold on. Why is there an echo? There shouldn't be an echo. Is there an echo for anybody? Why did that get banned? It's a new account. In YouTube, there's a. I have no reason that should be an echo though. Is Twitch hearing an echo? No echo on Twitch. How bad is it, Omizu? What the fuck's wrong with YouTube, yo? Nothing but a pain in my assholes. Hi, Claire. Hi, Jamboree. Oh, for my dad body. That's not a bad joke, Amanda. I like that. No, dad body's a lot funnier. How many do I have? What do you mean, Claire? Mixed bag today. Some good, some bad. So day could have gone better, but I forgot paper towels. Not the word, you know. Oh, just kind of like exhausted. I've just been like, I was cooking something that was kind of intensive, and then like, you know, doing other shit, and kind of had me racing around. So I'm a little exhausted. Okay, good. All right. Thank you for letting me know, though, Mizu. I appreciate your input. And I was lurking during your stream today. Also, I might have to take an emergency poop in like 20 minutes. We'll see. Don't have an espresso maker. But I usually poop after I eat, and I didn't eat anything until like half an hour ago. And 4 Red Bulls. Just take it. I can't take it now. I feel it bubbling. I feel it bubbling down in my plums. Oh, there's also a new redeem, everybody. There should be a new redeem in there. No, Shasta, I've just been going straight into the pants recently. We call those happy little accidents.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
There we go. New one for y'all.
Freeze!
Froze. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's not like a long day. It's you know, it's Yumbury. It's like just running around and doing shit, and you know, everybody knows how that kind of like exhausts you, right? I cooked something like that took a few steps and monitoring, so I was like up and down the stairs a lot. The food didn't turn out that great. It was fine, not what I wanted though. Some other stuff, but slowly. Exactly, Shas, you understand. How you doing, Todd? Well, I hope it goes well for you, Todd. Like I said, we're very pro AI here. We're very pro AI here. Especially Maddie. Okay. So, leaves. Don't leave me, Shasta. We're not pro AI. We hate AI here. Even though, like, for image generation, for art specifically, and for, stealing people's data. Very anti. I mean, for those stuff, it's going to be fine. I also don't like in the course of taking people's jobs away. But anyway, so we had also a minor change of plans. It is. That's one of the great uses for it. I just hate how people talk about it specifically. And then how it's also being used to massively hurt lots of people. Anyways, so I told you I'm doing a still life for my ma. But I was gonna get a croissant from a bakery by me, but they're closed on Mondays. So we're doing a practice still life. So we're actually gonna be doing 2 still lifes in a row before the before the next Kevin painting. So this is our current setup. You're seeing it a little bit of a different angle than I am, obviously. But, you know. I got the kind of a spotlight on it. I don't know if I like the light yet, but we got a little wheel of cheese. Some ma! Me and my sister used to do that, Shasta. We'd like yell upstairs to my mom, and then we'd just like both play on each other and just scream, Ma! Ma! Yep. No clue. We can. You know, Todd, you know, it's, there are definitely avenues where it could be very beneficial. I just hope that us as a society understand what those are and what aren't. Good, Sashi. Good. Sashi, you see, you know the new Phasmo update? I think it's tomorrow. We might have to do a Phasmo stream soon. Might have to do a Phasmo stream soon. Oh, but getting back to that still life setup, which you can see here. We're probably going to be adding some fruit to that. I'm probably going to open up the cheese and cut it in half, but I thought the cheese looked fine enough in this form. This is the color. So this is one for me. This still life is one for me right now. Yeah, the Tanglewood update is on, if you watch streamers right now, Sashi, they're playing the new Tanglewood update. My mom is a saint and a pervert. My mom's a wonderful woman, but she is definitively a pervert. Yeah, McConaughey's also technically a Republican, Pickles. And he's always been a bit money first. Yeah. Cheese and wine because no fancy floofy French shrimp and bread. Well, I might make a loaf of bread for my mom's still life, so. Yeah. You're goddamn right I did, Yambari. You're goddamn right. And you could take that to the bank. I did fart, but already on the stream, but I was talking during it, so I'm pretty sure y'all didn't hear it. I'm satisfied with myself. Cheese was making loud noises, so I didn't hear you. Spot Phasmo. Oh, Phasmo, the Tanglewood update is happening. I think it's coming out tomorrow. Yeah, McConaughey, I knew about the Republican thing, but he's been progressive on certain points. But now it just kind of seems like as he's getting older, he's just like he's turning like taking the bad out of his previous and not keeping enough of the good. I don't know. I've never been that infatuated with McConaughey personally. Granted, I haven't watched True Detective season 1, but I don't know. He does strike me at times as like, hey, you should listen to me because I'm rich, so I'm smarter type people, though. Well, you know, I mean, he's been in several huge films. I mean, just humongous films. Hi, Monica. I mean, he's won Best Actor. It's just the fact of the matter is that, like, culturally in the United States, we overvalue the opinion of wealthy people and then people who have, like, their own pulpit, right? And, of course, actors with how they're propped up and... or not propped up, but, like, their status instantly makes people revere them, right? So because, like, a person plays, like you know, how many times have you, like, seen a clip of somebody being, like, kind in a movie, right? And then you just associate them with kindness. And people do that all the time, and it, like, freaks me out, to be honest with you. Well, it's the problem with social media, right? I mean, how many shitheads have we found on social media now who were popular? Like, there's a fucking guy who got a big following just doing, like, a Napoleon Dynamite ripoff, and apparently he's a big Trumper piece of shit. And he has, like, 1 million followers on, like, TikTok. And, like, you know, he now has a platform that would have been worth, like, millions of dollars, you know, even as recent as, like, a decade ago. Well, I mean, the big problem is, like, culturally, like, companies need to, like, make money. Or, like, when they are, you know, have public investors, their duty... like, by law is in the interest of the shareholders, or they have to do things in the interest of the shareholders. Which means that, essentially, if anybody, you know, wants to pay for shit, they can, do shitty things. Got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. It's over there. Okay. This is why Meijer isn't price gouging us in the Midwest. They're privately owned so they can undercut Kroger. That makes sense. Well, I mean, and you see, like, you know, it's funny how we give credit to certain companies because they're not being as shitty as they could be, like Costco, for example. Right? Costco does other shitty things. But, like, it's like, you know, people like it because they're not they're not doing absolutely everything they can to fuck people over like so many other companies, like Apple, like, or Microsoft now, like Tesla, or anything Elon Musk is involved with. So I don't know. You know, I'm not apathetic. I'm just getting like, I get more angry and angry about all this shit all the time. Dooby-doo bop bum, skeety bop. Time to act your rage. I might, Mandy. I might blow a fucking gasket over here. No. No, I really hate the state of politics and the corporate culture, and specifically in the United States. I can't attest to other countries. But welcome in, Mandy. Thank you for your follow during the stream stream I found. Scotty, I do Scotty, right? Burn it all down. I want to. Yep, it was Scott's. Okay. Yeah, because you're a mod there, right? Well, welcome in. You made a terrible mistake. You are... Oh, you're in ads, though. Okay. You made a terrible, terrible mistake. Oh, okay. All right, look at you. Well, you are stuck here forever, Mandy. And you made a grave, terrible mistake. Yeah. There's only one way out, and I think you know what that is. There's only one way out. And you're not gonna like it. That is a champagne bottle. Yep, Monica. Nope, not a pizza party. Yambri, you know the only way out. This is a champagne bottle from Costco, but I think it's an expensive one. My parents picked the one that they like. No, because I got to do another painting with this one, Monica. No, that red thing. The new butt plug is... Oh, wait, hold on. Where's my... Is this red thing right here. Just buy another one? Maybe, Monica. I'll drink, Monica. I'll never drink by myself. Got a penis like a cheese wheel. All right. What did I want to mix in with there? Save it for Thursday. Maybe. Well, all right. So this is a practice. This is a practice still life. Like, this is like, I'm still doing this still life, you know, with everything I've got. Well, it will just join the rest of them, Mandy. All right? We call them unsolved mysteries. Unsolved mysteries in the business. Dean Kane will investigate. Yep. Like Richard Gere is still lost up there. Unidentified fecal objects, true. I think, Mandy, good start. You're off to a good start. Great start. These recent actions will not end well. I think they will. Mandy, you seem like the right type of pervert for this stream. Well, that sounds good, Todd. So you might be asking, what am I adding to this? I'm adding my Impasto medium, just as an extender. And I'm adding a little, to a few of them, I'm adding stand oil. And especially on the bottom layers. Son of a bitch, Maddie!
Son of a bitch!
Stand
Quit
oil
playing
is
with your
very
dinghy.
important. Or very beneficial
Brother,
to
this
the
guy
bottom
stinks.
layers.
Oh my god.
The initial layers.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Damn it, Maddie. The initial layers of your painting. Because it is more flexible and durable when dried, which is what you want on your initial layers of a painting. Okay? Good. Glad we cleared that up. Have a good one, Sashi. We'll see you soon. Be well. By the way, Matt, did somebody give Cheese their point for first? Morbid Leo Cheese. Thank you, Maddie. Maddie, how was your birthday? I have to say, I really enjoyed Princess Mononoke. That was a hell of a film. It is a good name, isn't it, Maddie? I was surprised by the tone. And the the balance of realism and fantasy, right? It pulled it off in a way I just haven't seen before. That was very impressive. You could see its influence. It had a very good mission, we'll say the vision of the director, forget his name, because he directs all of them, I believe. I don't know if he actually directs all of them, but regardless, it's paced very well. It was fantastic. One of the better movies I've watched in a long time. Like movies I hadn't seen. How you doing, Sean? Welcome in, bud. Miyazaki, that's it. Well, not compared to Grave of the Flyers, though. Yeah, no, I think I'd like Spirit Away and like the what's it, the castle one. I think I'll like that too. I think, you know, I'm not gonna watch Grave of the Fireflies because I've seen clips and I don't want to cry for 30 days. But just spectacular work. Cry, bish. I cry easy, Monica. I cry way too easily at like movies and shit like that. I'm a crier. It's very easy to make me cry. Yeah, no, and sorry I wasn't there on Saturday, Maddie. I did not remember it, and I was in the middle of doing a bunch of shit that I wanted to get done on that Saturday, so I apologize for Saturday. Yeah. I know it's a good story, like, from what I know of it. Boy, it's just like, that seems like a tough watch, Grave of the Fireflies. Don't tell my other lone wolves, Monica. I have an image to maintain. I didn't think you were, but I do feel like it was rude of me a bit. So yeah. No, I just Maddie, there was Saturday and Sunday movie nights for the Ghibli films. And they invited me at the time, and I was in the middle of shit, so I didn't watch them on Saturday. Don't you do it, Yambari. Oh, you were right, by the way. I did some digging about Nova Color. That's fine. I mean, you know, you know, Sean, it's just important that you know, right? It's just important that you know what you know. That's why I feel bad. All right, rub it in, Maddie. God. I was stretching my first canvas ever. I was in the middle of it when that came, Maddie. Of course, they were all for the idea. Is Sumo next? Is Sumo next Saturday? Is it that early? Is it the second Saturday? Or second Sunday? Wait, is Sumo less than a week away? Interesting. Well, because cadmium, the pigments is cadmium sulfate. The Boy and the Heron? Yeah. Didn't The Boy and the Heron... That was their latest one, right? And it won an award or something? Well, didn't all of his films win, like, Best Animated Film or Best International Film? Okay. All right, so our palette for today is, everybody... Well, yeah, the opening ceremony, but it officially started on Japan Sunday, which would be our Saturday. Oh, really? Okay. All right, palette is titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate, yellow lemon, pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, buoyant umber. Okay. All right, how many tries to open up the oil, everybody? How many tries to open up the oil? Let me look into that one for you, Sean. 2, 2, 1, 1, 2. Not a lot of faith today. Remember, I'm angry and the strongest man in the world. I think I heard about that, Monica. One from Pickles. I have never told a lie in my life. Not once. No bish. I appreciate this use of bish today, everybody. I like it. I've never told a single lie. All right. Let's get our Super Nintendo Power Grip. Super Nintendo Power Grip. Let's be a strong man. Oh, that was easy. Oh, that wasn't tightened all the way. All right, get fucked, twos. The ones have it. The ones have it. Or I just got that much stronger. The ones have it. Pickles, Amanda, and Maddie. The Beliebers have it. How do you know I didn't? Hooray! I did say I might have to take an emergency poop. But right now the poop's holding out because I ate right before stream and I usually poop after I eat for the first time in the day. Okay. All right. This is just linseed oil and a little stand oil mixed in, okay? That's what I use for my first layer. Okay. And then once again, I'm looking at this in person. Looking at this in person. I gotta figure out how it lines up, though. Oh. I hope you didn't, because that would mean you have something in common with Amber. That's true. I did have a 10 pole shoved up my butt. How did you miss what? Oh, you did miss the jar opening ceremony, Omizu. All right, let's get out a brush. Do I want to use tinier brushes, or should I just use? I should just fuck it. We're just gonna use one large brush. It had to be said. I'm defending your honor. That is cheese, yeah. B. Aggressive. Maddie, did you see the new sound alert? Oh my god! No! You're cruel. Okay. So now... how do I space this out? This is a 16 by 20 inch. 16 inches by 20 inch, which is roughly 50 by 40 centimeters. You're gonna run into a lot with like bargain paints, Sean. Yeah, it's just kind of the reality of it. I'm a big size queen. That is true. All right, so I'm gonna position the bottle first.
Get your hand off my penis!
That's not my hand. How many times? All right. All right, so if that shadow's probably not going to be in the center, it's probably going to be off to the side. If I wanted that to be like the top of that shadow, then the other top would probably be like right there. And then I'd probably want the edge of the bottle like somewhere here. Okay. That's fine. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. I think I need a little bit more oil. All right, we're done, everybody. Who wants it? Only $2 million. Good times killing you. Hooray! Who wants it? 2 million. Wrap it up and go home. That is it, everybody. Got a lot of wasted paint. A lot of wasted paint today. Fine, I'll do a few more brush strokes. Since we don't have anybody buying this masterpiece.
I be smoking.
Is that too big already? That might be too big. I think it's too big. It's all right. But let's keep that in mind when we're doing this. So as you can see, I don't really do sketches, everybody. We just go straight in with color. Why? Because I'm very insecure. And I wasted a lot of time drawing out paintings. Hi, Burger Sleuth. Welcome in, bud. Maddie, let's get this straight. You're the bastard here. All right, so we're also... I'm going to try and just use one brush, but that means we're going to do this in a weird order. Oh my god, I think... Does that put me in the negatives, Pickles? Can I go to negatives? Jesus Christ, Pickles. You're ruthless. Two paints, one brush. How'd you find that out? Get a little bit of lead on there. Let's get a little lead on this pencil. Been my king for... How you doing, Odorous? Oh my god, Pickles! Remove all my points. I'm gonna have to give myself an unknown amount of points soon. Doing all right. Mixed bag today. Some good, some bad. But what I do know is that
Fire
there'll
the
be a
nuclear
tomorrow.
weapon.
Oh my God! Hooray! How you doing, Dia? Asura Cascada or Cascade? I thought that was an A for a second. Dia, welcome in. Rasmus, welcome in. Hi, Arm Pete. Jess, how are you doing? Welcome in, Hush Life. Jess, how was your stream? I was lurking you today. Usa, thank you for the follow. Hi, Chappie. That's true, Dodgerton. Hush Life, thank you for the follow. Alright, I'm not a nerd, Blackett. I am a super cool, chill guy. Okay? Who's really, really good looking. Alright. Maddie, you son of a bitch. Jess, post your links if you're still here. If you need to get the hell out of here. No worries whatsoever. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you are doing well. Your painting was looking wonderful. Maybe we go a little bit higher for this. I love you too, Jess. Disrespectfully, no. I do enjoy respect, just I don't get any, Dia. Jess, if you'd like to post your links, please do. Yeah, we got it set up right over here. Yeah. That's what we're working from. Working from life, yo. So we paint from life here. And we were just starting off, but we're gonna finish this one today. I'm pretty confident in that. So we gotta make this also thinner. Thinner. That too. Good. Everybody go follow Jess on Instagram on the Tax. Go poop. Jess, have a lovely night. Thank you so much for rating. Jess is the official brand ambassador of Badly Made Paints, everybody. Jess is the official brand ambassador. Jess travels the world, you know, advertising the paints. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. We're painting with oil paints, obviously. Blah, 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 blah. I'll answer any questions. Any questions that one might have. There is no question I cannot answer. What will cure my depression? Watching every single second of every one of my streams for eternity. Question: how to get good like you and Jess? Practice with intent. Practice with intent. And don't cut corners. Why is your paintbrush taped to a stick? I am compensating. I hold my brush from the back, so I hold it like a wand. So these brushes are about 25 inches long. When do you take your seat as the Ayatollah? In 2 weeks. No. It's an extremely... I'm compensating the other direction, Maddie. The penis is too large. I'm compensating it other way. Any questions, huh? What's your favorite dinosaur? As a kid, I liked that fucker who had, like, the round head and would ram shit and headbutt things. Love that, dude. I also like a good Triceratops. I also like the iguanodons, too. Next question. Triceratops are really cool. I can't even trust anyone who says Triceratops. I agree, Ember. Triceratops are really where it's at. Bambiroraptor, never heard of it. Real dino too? Cool, I'll have to check that out. To cry while painting. Yeah, well, you cry when painting and while you're pooping. That's key. What's my favorite insect? Moths are pretty cool. Spiders are really cool too. You know what? And bees. Just cute old bees. Really named it for Bambi. Now, if you told me specifics, I don't know the specifics of the spiders but bees are fascinating. Oh, do you? No, I only know about the storks, Sue Toast. Who does number 2 work for? Dr. Evil. Easy. Well, I am the Eeyore of Northern Illinois. I was cursed by a witch, and now I always have a storm that goes over me. Oh, thank you, Salt. 32 months, huh? We're almost at a year. Son of a bitch! I knew somebody was going to say that, Mandy. How are you doing, Salt? Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Enough. That makes sense, Mandy. Doing okay, just busy at work this week. Got a conference to travel to next week. Oh, where are you going? I bet. Is there thunder sound in your area? No, that's just a recording, Mona. Welcome in, Mona. If you have any questions, please let me know. Also, if anyone's new here, I am a desperate man who desperately wants YouTube subs. So if you can find it in your heart to subscribe to my YouTube for less than the price of a cup of coffee, aka $0, you can subscribe to my YouTube. Remember, I'm a sad, desperate man. Very sad, very desperate. I could bust out the Pyrrole Orange for this, huh? Might have to. I mean, I don't have to, but... Thank you, Seuss Toast. Thank you, Timo-matic Art. Timo. I appreciate it. I am trying to get to 1,000 subs, everybody, on YouTube. So if anyone has, like, any just, I don't know, throwaway accounts, I'm trying to get the second level of monetization on YouTube. It would greatly help me. So if you could find it in your heart, and maybe if you could find it in your heart to steal your friends, family's, YouTube's account to sub, I would appreciate it too. Thank you, Ember. Thank you, Hush. Find it in your farts. How you doing, Mud? Thank you, Asura. As a person who is currently living on discount ham for weeks at a time, I just finished a discount ham week. All right. Now we're on biryani week. Oh, interesting, Salt. I would appreciate it, Ember. It all helps. Usually, like, I need hours, but not as bad as the numbers, Ember. But yes, watching YouTube, just lurking YouTube helps me out as well with watch hours. But I'm much closer to that where I could probably, like, ask the Twitch people to, like, just watch YouTube for a stream or two. Oh, awesome. I've heard of that, Mud. Thank you so much, Mandy. I really appreciate it, Seuss Toast. You guys are so kind today. All right, what do you all want, huh? Everyone's being so kind. Damn it. My insecurities. Oh my God, Todd. You're sick. One day I'll come for your paints. Fair enough. They'll be here, Seuss. Oh, that's awesome, Tony. I love biryani. I just have I cook a lot for myself, and every time I've tried to make biryani, it hasn't turned out well. Tonight, there was some improvements, but I still fucked up something. The rice wasn't like the right texture. Unfortunately, you can't really make a small batch of biryani. So I got about probably 3 to 4 days worth of mediocre biryani. Amanda, every time they get banned, I try to engage with the people who are saying I can have the best viewers, but they just, never say anything back. Does anyone know where I can get the best viewers? Yeah, that's true, Armpit. It's just, it was the rice texture. I didn't get the long basmati rice. Sorry. The basmati rice didn't become as big as I would have liked it to. Yeah, bit Ember. I just love it so much. I have several times, Mud. My thumb's in there currently. No, it can get pretty fucking large. But it was like, you know, a little bit mushy. A little bit too mushy. But it's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. But yeah, for anyone new here though, this is basically a stream. The rantings and ravings of a lunatic, of a man tormented by his chat, a very stable, normal man from the Midwest gets tormented by his chat. I do not use any solvents, Seuss. No solvents whatsoever. Oh, 42 Arthur Phil Dent. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. No solvents whatsoever. I only use solvents to clean up. The only mediums I'm using right now are linseed oil. This jar is linseed oil with a little bit of stand oil. I don't use solvents in any of my paintings, like what touches the canvas. None. Why? Oh, thank you, Timo. Why? Solvents are not great for the health, the archivability of a painting. It basically disperses oil, and it can make it go into the pores of the canvas, causing a matte finish and not enough oil to dry around your pigments. Pick up art. Thank you for the follow. Or Pikupa art. So it can cause some issues with archivability. Is it a huge risk? No, there's ways to fix it. But there's nothing it does that is beneficial. It doesn't do anything beneficial. I also don't clean my brushes. All of this has been done with this brush so far. One brushing it so far, everybody. So like, I have a big preoccupation with just normal steps that you can take to make your painting as archival as possible. Because when I get assassinated in a few months to a year, I want all these paintings to be around, even if I'm dead. I think it is ethically sound to do steps within your means to make your paintings as archival as possible. Baby oil is the worst oil, one of the worst oils you could use because it doesn't dry, Seuss. It doesn't dry, and you can't paint over it. You literally would probably have to trash this because your paintings will delaminate. You have to use a drying oil. Is he doing it again? I took my headphones off. I am doing it again. Shut up. Damn it. When will you all learn? Yeah, Seuss, I have a big preoccupation with that. So walnut oil is slower drying, and it's not as durable as linseed oil, and it is slightly more brittle than linseed oil. Here's a new one for you, everybody. I learned some more technical information on why walnut oil is bad, and poppy seed oil is bad, okay? Who's ready to listen? I need everybody to sit down and listen. Shut up and listen. Okay, so the big issue with, all right, so right now we're painting the first layer, right? We're painting the first layer of oil. I'm gonna paint over it later. We're gonna do this in one sitting, what I'm expecting to at least. Okay, so when you layer oil paints, right? You put layers over it and so forth, but you have different like concentrations of medium or oil within them. So one thing that oil does while it polymerizes, aka drying, and oxidizes when it dries, is it absorbs oxygen from the air changes its molecular structure where the oil particles become larger. They bind together with the pigment to form a oil layer. But what happens during this process is it actually loses volume. So you know how ice, when water freezes, it becomes bigger, right? Y'all know that? Well, oil, when it dries, becomes smaller, right? Like a lot of things. And the big problem with walnut oil and poppy oil, it's not a huge problem, it is an issue though, is that when it dries, it becomes a lot more, much smaller than linseed oil does. And this can cause gaps, teeny tiny gaps, in the oil layer that can stress it and induce cracking, cause cracking, induce cracking, and possible delamination, which we don't want. Delamination is when literally like the oil cracks and falls off of a painting. Now, the time frame in which it happens in might be a while, right? But, you know, knowing these things is important, knowing that like, okay, well, yeah, maybe I'll just use linseed oil on my first layer. Because like if you're concerned about yellowing, which is a subjective thing, difference of it, then, you know, fine, I'll use walnut oil or poppy oil on the outer layers if you want to use that. I don't recommend using any other oil though than linseed oil. Thank you, Timo. So, water is unusual for that. That was just an example that people know about for like when a state changes, right? And like a size change occurs with it, right? I was just using that as like a pragmatic example. Did not know that. Thanks for the info. I use a few drops of my paintbrush bucket with safflower oil. Safflower has a similar issue. Well, thank you, Ember. I care a lot about this. I am a class 1 diagnosed paint pervert. Yeah, I don't. Also, you know, this is not meant to be like you're wrong or bad. I don't think there is any significant or reasonable reason, logical reason, to use anything. Sorry, to use only linseed oil. I said that terribly. There is no reason to not use linseed oil. There you go. They all like linseed oil just dries the most durable. Some people might be concerned with drying time or yellowing. The yellowing is not as proven, and they all yellow to a same certain point over time anyways. So to me, why bother sacrificing that durability? No, linseed oil is where you want to be at, in my opinion, for everything. And that's why I use stand oil on the first layer too, because stand oil is very durable and flexible. Stand oil is linseed oil that is heat treated, usually in a vacuum, and it starts the drying process on the oil, making the particles larger. This causes increased gloss, and it flows more like honey instead of like a regular oil, okay? So it doesn't necessarily make it easier to use, but what we do know is that stand oil makes your paintings way more archival. Stand oil in the industry is also called bodied oil. Did who die? You're on a... Yes, you are, Sean. You very are. It is my own bodied oil, my own bodied linseed oil. And for anyone who doesn't know, linseed oil comes from flax seeds. Get bodied. Linseed oil comes from flax seeds. Lin means flax in French. France. That's what I've been told, at least. For all these rules, they're not really rules. They're just best practice. We got Seuss toast, everybody. We got Seuss toast. That's another pizza party, everybody. Go for it, Sean. That's another pizza party. Good work, everybody. We got Seuss toast. It happened. Have a good one, Seuss toast. Yeah, get some rest, bud. Thank you for joining us. Next stream will probably be Wednesday. No, we all have to do them separately, Salt. See ya! All the pizza parties have to be separate. No, Seuss Toast is leaving. He's saying bye to Seuss Toast. Timo. Salt is stuck here forever. Attendance is mandatory, yes. To all streams. Nope, Maddie, you can't leave. I will pray for you, Tony. Thank you for joining us. You are. And Salt, there's only one way out. There's only one way out, as you know. No, we won't. I will not accept your 2 weeks. Maddie, we don't take 2 weeks from a mod. And an arch nemesis. I won't do that either. Oh, hey, Mud, are you still here? What kind of safeguards are you keeping to keep preverts out? Absolutely none, Figure Dolly. This place is lousy with perverts. This place is lousy with perverts. All right, there you go. All right, yeah. You're stuck here, Figure Dolly. Mud, does the sumo tournament start on Sunday or Saturday for us? My homemade graffiti is made with acetone. Is it really, Sean? Maddie, you're anything but hold. You're anything but sane. Thank you for the follow, Figure Dolly. Yeah. Obviously don't say anything like perverted towards somebody else. Or, use some common sense. But yes, we're all vile perverts. Five days from right now, awesome. Inflicting max damage. What is the binder in that, Sean? But what binds it? Like, does it dry? Brake fluid and oil enamel. Oh, wait, oil enamel paint, I see. I missed that. Interesting. I'm watching sumo. This is a big sumo tournament. My boy Anishki can get Yokozuna. And I am super excited for that possibility. We're big into sumo here, Figure Dolly. We're big into sumo here. Yeah, but if you're just painting that outside, you gotta be careful with that shit. Yeah, Midnight Sumo, that's the channel we watch it from. Oh, I really figured I. Sumo's so fun. It's like very competitive and intense, but there's also like a cozy, there's a coziness to it. And it's very refreshing coming from a guy who likes a lot of American sports. There, like, it's hard to explain until you're in it. Exactly. Plus, it's a very taint-forward broadcast. It's a very taint-forward broadcast, which I really appreciate as a ragged pervert. Monica, you have a great night. Check out the stream. Check out the stream. Taints to the front. Yep. Great legs on these boys, too. And they're very cute. All right, let's go. Black here. It's really great. I agree, Mud. It's a very respectful. It's also, yeah, a very respectful. The channel Midnight Sumo runs is very. It doesn't suffer fools or trolls. Well, you know, you can't just not watch them. He can. He's done, like, there's a couple times where he did something that I thought was a little bit too much. But you have to be on the, when you're dealing with that content with Americans, you kind of gotta be, you kind of have to be like that. Like, you can't give that room up, you know? Because there are a lot of shitheads. I am American, yeah. I am from I'm outside of Chicago. I'm about an hour outside of Chicago, Illinois. A very, very good-looking Midwestern man who lives in a very normal home by himself. Chicago. Exactly. Who lives in a very normal home. Okay. Very normal home that nobody questions. And I am not on any lists. I do like Hellman's. Definitely not salt. Oh my god, figure dolly. You just made my list. Son of a bitch. All right, well, I'm on one list now. Damn it.
Tonight, you.
What are you planning? much your strokes number. I'm gonna get eyes implanted in the back of my head now, just in case.
I be stroking.
Indeed. Indeed, Salt. You know too much. You know too much, Odorous. See that shit too well. Start off with this. Ukrainian. Moscow? Mosconian? No, that's not Ukraine. Muscovite? Well, my lineage, my grandpa's side is Kiev, is literally Kiev. Chicago is a great city, Sean. It is a great city. I do like Moscow. If I drink alcohol, like if I'm getting a cocktail, it's usually a Moscow Mule. Lighter or darker? A little bit more blue. A little bit more white. Like Virgin Moscow. I'm not a Ruski. That does offend me. I'm a Ukrainian. And Polish. I like ginger. You don't like ginger beer, Mud? I got a little thin on me, huh? Fix that later. What is your cocktail of choice, Mud? A little bit too much room on this. Mai Tai? Sex on the beach? Interesting. Interesting, Amanda. Dirty Shirley. I do love a good Shirley Temple. Mojitos are good. Margarita. I do like, if I had to drink an alcohol straight, it probably would be gin. You get her a mojito. Mojitos are good, though. Or a mint julep. Mint juleps are pretty good, too. That's bourbon, I think, traditionally. Whiskey soda with lime. Yeah. I like citrus. What are you, Sean? What are you, Sean? So wait, are you all telling me that you're a bunch of alcoholic heads? here? Is that what you're telling me? You're a bunch of alcohol heads? Unbelievable. You're Swedish? I don't think that's boring. That's interesting, Sarah. I want to go to Lisbon really bad. Portugal is on my list. They're gonna go talking about lists again. Pretty boring, yeah. Not to this American, Sean. Yeah, I want to go to Spain and Lisbon. Like, well, I want to go to Spain and Portugal. I particularly want to go to Port and Lisbon in Portugal. Like he and Swedish meatballs, that's true. Well, they also have great museums in both countries too. So like I also want to just go to the museums. Whiskey Ginger. Didn't he that Santino guy kind of turn into a douchebag recently? Ceramic. Oh, good to hear. There's other painters from Sweden, though. Sean. I thought he was okay for a bit, but then like with the recent with like the Riyadh Comedy Festival shit, and then he's now moving to Austin, like he's doing that shit, and then some of the people he's had on his podcasts have been like disappointing. Not that I was ever a big listener or anything, but I would like. There was times where I listened to some Bad Friends, but they're just all like, you know, who would have thought that comedians are just like really money hungry and money hungry populists essentially? Who would have thought? Yeah. I saw something where he had like a bad take. But that bad take was really like, you know, would really poorly reflect somebody. Yeah. But I'm glad they're getting some like cultural blowback finally. Andrew Santino specifically, but like a lot of people in that comedian podcast, like just outside of the direct manosphere shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't plan on listening to them anytime soon, so if they turn out to be cool. Oh, does he? I didn't even know that. Was he using that as like a shield, like a beard? Like a comedy beard? Oh, Destana. Oh, yeah, I know him, yeah. Gotcha, yeah. It does seem like the Come Town guys, though, are pretty cool. Like Stavros and, who's that other guy? I forget his name. Friedland, yep. Yep, Friedland seems to be doing some good work, too. Yeah. I found out that Nate Bargatze guy, too, is, like, basically a Republican. He's, like, for all you Tennessee people, he's been palling around with Blackburn. Which surprised me a little bit. Okay, so, yeah, Yambari, it's, disappointing. So, Figure Dolly, here's the reason why. Only one of my pigments is toxic. I use lead white. My palette is frozen. Nobody told me. That point is mine. One moment. Point is mine. Okay. So I have lead white on my palette, which is toxic. I've noticed, Mud. I've noticed. Lead white is toxic. And so I obviously want to limit ingestion, accidental ingestion of pigments. And I'll say this, even if you don't use lead white, you should still probably wear gloves or take reasonable sanitary measures because you don't know long-term effects of accidental ingestion. None of these are none of the other ones are toxic. None of the Figure Dolly, you know what the most dangerous thing you can do? One of the most dangerous things you could do with oil painting? Use solvents, like using turpentine, using solvents with strong fumes. I'm talking for people who are like just have oil paint already made and stuff like that. Do not do that, Pickles. You don't want to inhale any type of solvent fumes on a regular basis. So if you do use it, make sure you have proper air ventilation. Limit yourself, yo. And don't also, there are people who use turpentine or like the stronger stuff because they say there's a difference. There isn't. There really isn't. Use odorless if you're going to use it and still have good ventilation. You should not. No, that will give you brain damage and kill you. Yep. Sanding, yeah, like always wear a mask. So I make paint and I'm around dry pigment. So I always wear a 95 mask rated for dust inhalation, right? When I'm around that stuff, Jesus Christ. So yeah, inhaling dry pigment is dangerous as well. Inhaling anything, especially over time, is dangerous. But good, Figure Dolly, good. I grew up in the 80s. I feel like a kid lick walls. I mean, there was probably still homes with lead walls around, but that was probably around the time when was lead and gasoline banned? Because I think it was banned in paint before that. Did I miss a joke? Oh, and I great turned fine out, so, yep, I got it. I got it now, Salt. Oh, there's another one. Oxygen, okay. 100% of the time it does, yeah. Alright, listen. I'm not a smart man. Alright? Never have, never will be. You know this, Salt. See, now I'm reminded of the sad scene from Forrest Gump. That's a movie that makes me cry. When he asks if his kid is smart and you realize he knew he was, you know, a dumb guy the whole time. Not a smart man, Ember. Trust me. Mm-hmm. Gets me every time. Yeah, this just needed to come in a lot more, huh? High and low whiz. That might be a good representation. I've never told a lie in my life. Not once. How dare you? Has any person ranted and raved about ethics more than I have? On Twitch, at least. How dare you, Mud? How dare you expose me like this? That is true, Salt. Have a good one, Asura. Thank you for hanging out. Maybe not. Thank you for the follows, Asura. Hope to see you next time on the next episode of I'm Painting Badly. Got some red in there, that's great. Good. It caught a little of the red down here. Damn it. Some yellow in there too. Thank you so much, Ember. You're welcome. You're always anyone's always welcome to ask questions here. I will answer within my abilities, and if I don't know, I'll find out. So, thank you for joining us today. for the follows. You are stuck here forever, though, so you're legally obligated to be at all the streams now. Good. Good. Bring it on! That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Have I mentioned I'm very mentally stable? Have I mentioned that? Goes way up high. Big old glass. Serious note, you're good at painting and I like your mental stability. WR stream, I have to go, but it's a... Thank you so much, Figure Dolly. I appreciate the kind words. Okay. Alright, that's good enough for a block-in, I think, right? That's good enough for a block-in? Sure. Okay, Maddie. Very blocky. Well, thank you, Figure. I appreciate that. You'll rue those words, but not today. Okay, so now we need to get out some oleo gel. I need some more titanium white. I definitely am, Mandy. I'm definitely not like Michael Douglas from that one movie. I'm definitely not like that. Falling down, thank you. I'm definitely not like... Thank you. Hi, Richards. How you doing, bud? Falling Down's a weird fucking movie. Is there paint on my fucking... God damn it. God damn it. It is a good one. That is true. I watched that Princess Mononoke yesterday for the first time with the people in the ravine. And I was very, very impressed with that film. I was very impressed with that film. And I'm back on my watching movies that I need to either update, like I haven't seen in a long time, or haven't seen but know a lot about list. So the next film I'm watching is Gaslight. Gaslight, everybody. which I think all of you are very familiar with. Oh, check the sound redeems, Richards. There's a new one in there for you. You like this one, Carlos? Well, thank you. It really is, Ember, like, the pacing, the realism, the message, like, the good character design, because even, I forget the woman's name now who's running Irontown. Like, she's doing bad things for good reasons. She's taking care of people. That's like, it's obviously her main driver is taking care of her people, right? But it's also great commentary on, you know, like, it's not just a mustache twirling villain, right? Eboshi? Yeah, that sounds right. It is silver. This is practice for it. For the, like, what I'm doing for my ma, so. We have the setup right here. So, like, I love when villains have depth. And, like, once again, she's not really even a villain, right? Because there's a lot of, like, reason, like, you know, her saving all the brothel workers and, like, honestly cares about her people. But once again, pacing, I mean, character design is fucking fantastic. Like, how you, like, understand, like, how they, like, the animals are gods, and, like, now that they have their own motivations, and, Dia, you know why. Exactly. Like, you could argue that she's also a sympathetic character in a story versus a villain, right? Like, you know, even the animals have, like, you know, like the old boar, right, basically just sent all of them to die, knowing that they would die. But you also sympathize with, like, what's going on, right? It's really fucking well done. Like, it's just, it's a straight up to spectacular film. Made with care. And they thought about everything. Hell, the main character, like, the main character didn't even fall into any, like he didn't really, like, he wasn't tropish, right? Like, I forget his name already too, but, I would say the main tropish thing he did was just fall in love with Mononoke. Like, immediately. But it's also because of how principled of a man he was. God, was he so mature, though. Maybe that was the biggest issue I had. A man being, like, the most mature person about everything. I felt that was unrealistic. You know what? Well, he had, like, a moral code. Like, he killed people, but he always fought for what he thought was right in the moment, right? And was, you know... But he was also kind of a zealot, right? But he, like, you know, point being, like, he was, like, a very high moral character relative to the world he lived in. I do like that. I like that a lot, too, Ember. I like that a lot. Because it's creepy, but it's also, like... What's a good way of saying it? I mean, like, it really signaled, like, the authority of the character relative to the other animals. He just straight up accepted it. He was not an alpha male, Maddie. Oh, did you, Amanda? Yeah, like, and there was, like, no judgment. Well, like, you know, he could see your soul and he could, like, judge it, but it didn't change how he felt about you, almost, to a certain extent, right? Like there was an evenness about his existence. Yeah. Well, because like I think it's also because he knew Eboshi was naive to what she was actually doing to a certain extent, and he knows that her motivations were through perspectives just right. I guess the only real evil people were like was it Migo or Jigo and like all the Emperor people. Exactly, Emperor. It was frankly kind of a good representation of like a biblical god to not that that's what they were going for, but he it's just like he was basically all knowing. Like when the Boers were complaining about healing.
Nuclear weapons.
Oh my God! Hooray! We're about to take a break. Hoi Ying Studios. Very much so, Ember. Very much so. Another raid! Welcome in. What were you working on? Post your links before I burn this place to the ground. I'm very mentally stable. Hugh Ying. Okay, there we go. Hugh Ying. Good. Good. Let me see some links. Okay. What were you working on? Or else. That is a legally binding threat. I got Olano, blah blah blah. Got Oleo gel out. Oh, nice. Would you mind sharing? Do you have an Instagram? You like to share your? There we go. Good. Everybody, go follow Hugh Ying on Instagram. I've been following him for just a matter of seconds, and I have to say, it's the best follow I've ever done. Okay. One of the best follows I've ever done. They post several times per day, nonstop. Can't stop them. They're very cool. Go check them out. I should follow you on Twitch too. Oh, you're good. You are good. Oh yeah, we're oil painting too. We're doing a still life. We just finished a block in. Wait, nope, too far. There we go. There it is. That's what we're painting today. We're practicing some still life. Normally we do perverted stuff, but not today. Today is not that day. Today we're doing nice, calm, relaxing still lifes. I use oil paints. Blah, 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 blah. It's okay. The wine bottles, or the champagne bottle and glasses are a little out of skew, but that's okay. Get home safe, Amanda. No, we still got a good amount of time, because I'm going to finish this bad boy today. Okay. All right, I needed to take a break before we go on to the second layer. Okay. So we're going to take a quick break. About 5 minutes. All right. Shit, shower, shave, sob, and snack. We're going to run ads during the break as well. Oh, wait, that was the wrong one. Good. Did that get thrown off? Oh, no, it's showing. Okay. All right. Good. Thank you, Amber. Thank you for hanging out. I hope to see you again. Yep, Hewing, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry we're taking a break. It's the time we're at right now, but thank you so much. I'll definitely come check out your streams. All right, everybody. 5 minutes, gonna run ads. See you then.
These are a few of my favorite things. Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Okay, we're back. Did ads run, everybody? Did I not click that? I did, okay. I have the good graces. Oh, hi, Blink Dog. Nice to see you, bud. I haven't seen you in a while. I don't treat anybody special. I just finished pooping. Well, wait, last little bit? Okay, we're done. Okay. Welcome back, Blink Dog. Nice to see you. So you were in Illinois and you didn't tell me, huh? If you were in the Rockford area, I'd be pissed. Thank you, Maddie. Roleplay Turnham net. I do like that, Richards. I do like that video. I've gotten a few other videos like that. Like when I've been doom scrolling that I've actually really liked. I wonder if it's because of that one, like a, you know, stealing my YouTube history or something. Oh, you're fine, Richards. You're good. It's good. I was in Chicago for a conference in the burbs. What burb were you in, if you don't mind me asking? Close I got there. Oh, it was Oak Brook? Okay. I know you meant tournament. I was just hillside. Okay. I grew up in Arlington Heights, northwest suburbs. Okay. Well, so my parents got into Arlington Heights before it was like that, but it turned into that while I was living there. Blink Dog. It definitely did. Oh, no. Is that the key you're missing? I've had to, yeah, I hate when keyboards, I used to have a keyboard that, like, whenever I press a key, it'd always double press it or something. Do my dears. I think I had a typing semester too in high school. Now that I think about it. Do they even do that anymore? Or is that now an elementary school class? Progress, yeah. It's true. Maddie, did you... Alright, Maddie, in your high school, did you have to take keyboard, like a typing class? No, you didn't? Jesus Christ. You did? You literally in your elementary school did? I said that as a joke. Damn it. I mean, I had a computer class in middle school, but it wasn't like typing, like, you know, where it was like, type this stuff fast. Here's a technique to typing and shit. First grade is elementary school. First through fifth, right, is elementary school. I did too, Richards. We had this old ass computer in my first grade class, and we'd always race to play Oregon Trail, the old school one. I got annoyed at this Russian kid who would sometimes beat me at like the math problems we had to do before we can go on the computer. Because I was usually pretty fast at it. Oh, interesting. You lied to us? Everyone, Blink Dog lied to us. So we had an actual class in high school, Maddie, that was like, here's how you put your hands on a keyboard and, you know, practice typing this shit. Oh my god. I'm just surrounded by liars. First Maddie, now you, Blink Dog? Oh my god. Of course you lied, Maddie. my world's been turned upside down. It's a little bit too green, huh? Maybe a little too rough. Okay, mix your paints, ladies and gentlemen. I want to keep this label simple, like a fox, and not overdo it. I also got to keep in mind, I've been reflecting on this a lot. I've been making things a little bit too saturated recently. And I really got to keep an eye on that because it really fucks things up, huh? You know what I'm saying, everybody? Know what I'm saying? Yes, I know what you are saying. I don't think you do. Those hardboard things last night, and I don't like them. Like, MDF you're talking about? Like a really smooth MDF? Because, yeah, I don't like painting on smooth surfaces. And wood particularly, you feel like sometimes the oil is like... It gets in this weird texture that gets really frustrating. I mean, who remembers me bitching about painting on wood? Wood does that. I like a good rough canvas. Canvas panel. Was it like ultra smooth? And was it like they're hard backed? Yeah. You know what I'm gonna try one day, Richards, is painting on a burlap. If they're primed, you don't need to, Odorous. They're primed, you don't need to. How you doing, Liana? Nice to see you. Hope you've been well. You know, Princess Anubis, I feel like I remember your name. Well, that's great to hear. I feel like I remember your name. It has been 2 years since you followed. Well, how have you been? Glad I could do that. No bananas today? No. No, I didn't put any phallic things in the still life. You can do that. Yeah. Yeah, I paint on linen too, Mandy. Said, Mandy, you're a fine girl. It's alright. You got that. That was your fault, Mandy. Yeah, so I stretched my first canvases yesterday, Mandy. But I have a bunch of pre-bought ones. Oh yeah, I gotta fix that too. Yeah, whatever. That I'm also going through. I don't like wood. I haven't painted on MDF. I like coarse, like rough grit canvas, frankly. Something's been happening. Yeah, I know. The world's a mess, isn't it, Leona? I think I remember this, Anubis. I do remember this. I actually remember. I do remember this, Princess. Yeah, I looked at your digital, and it was a cooked egg. It was just a cooked egg. I do. Yeah, that was a while ago. That was my last place. Not good. Hubby's health and things that happened yesterday that led to the ED. Sorry to hear, Liarno. Who doesn't? Well, I'm glad you're continuing. That's great to hear. And you are now stuck here forever, Princess. There's no way out. Well, there's only one way out. Barely, but yeah. Sorry to hear, Leonardo. Yep. No, there's no way out. Well, there's only one way out, but you all know what that is. You all know what that is. I won't tell you, because we all know. That's awesome. Congratulations, Princess. I wish you nothing but success. You're welcome. That's right, Liarna. What has changed in these 2 years? Let's see. Let's see. The world's in a terrible place. That's changed. I moved. I moved to a new place. I'm a very mentally stable man. So that hasn't changed. Let's see. I'm still really, really good looking. I'm very humble. That hasn't changed. Let's see. What else? I'm still incredibly humble. I don't hate watercolors. I don't hate water. I make watercolors and sell them, Liarna. Oh yeah, I make and sell paint now, Princess. I make and sell all my paint. Yeah, I have a skeleton and a mannequin. Here, wait. Here, you can see. I have a new roommate. You can see him sitting right there, just looking at me. He doesn't stop looking. Okay. Just always watching. Just sit in that chair watching. The goon chair. Yep. I paint a lot of weird perverted stuff. Princess, if you go to my fourth wall link, or you do exclamation point paints, you'll see my shop. I sell oil paints, watercolors, and oil pastels. I don't know. Princess, were you in a USA or were you were you outside of the United States? I do not recall that. You're outside. So if you do make an order and you have ridiculous shipping, I have a cheaper way to ship. So I will, if you did order, I would refund shipping prices, for the cheapest way I can do it. I have no idea what you're talking about, Liarna. None whatsoever. Liarna, you're going to have to join us for the paint-a-dong. You know my annual paint competition? Go on my Discord. There's a channel called 2025 Paint-a-dong. It's where you have to paint fruits and vegetables in the shape of a wiener. Yeah, of course. No rush on it. I'm just letting you know, because usually shipping out of the United States, it charges an arm and a penis, and so I want to make sure people can get shipping reasonably, and I have a place that does so. Well, this one was back in July, Liarna. This was back in July. It is the world's most exclusive painting competition. Dial M for art won it. Oh, it's in July. You got time. You got time, Liarna. It was nice seeing you again, Princess. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thanks for stopping by. And it's honestly not that, you know, Liara, obviously, it's no worries if you can at all, but it does seem up your alley. Too red. Hi, Amy. Nope, nope. Yeah. You're... No perverts today. No perverts today, Amy. Shucks. Could have used you for the other pervert streams. I completely believe you, Liarna. Wink! Nope, no perverts here. None whatsoever. No perverts here. All right, good, good. Can you go back to when I was being raptured, Amy, and tell me not to spill soup on that person's shoes? Says no to perverts. Perverts are still good. No, perverts are terrible, Dio. Terrible. No, perverts don't make the world go round. No can... Oh, God damn it. Why not, Amy? I was raptured, damn it. Why would you... It was an accident. It was at the first rapture buffet. Don't wanna... God damn it. Damn it, Amy. I was saved. That is true, Dio. Good Lord! No. I'm saying is when I was raptured, okay? Yeah, maybe there was a lot of weird Mormons there. All right? All right, it was pretty much all weird Mormons, okay? But you spill soup on Mitt Romney's shoes and... Oh, shit. No, they didn't. It was worse. It was just dry and cold. Kaylan. Valid point, Mandy. Mandy, I went down a massive rabbit hole with Mormons, and I learned some stuff. I have I'll say a passive interest in theology and religions. And boy, did I learn some stuff about Mormons that I had no clue. Had no clue about. Your EP? Well, you gotta stay up now. You gotta stay up for the entire stream, Kaylan. You know the rules. I don't make the rules. I just ruthlessly enforce them. Well, like, you know the ritual... Mandy, do you know about the rituals? Like, the very, like, frankly... like the endowment ceremony and stuff like that. Well, no, they weren't even arguing about temperature, Maddie. They were arguing just the fact that I spilled soup. It was so much, you know, like they have death oaths, and they have a blood oath. Like they have to swear to avenge Joseph Smith's death. You got there. You don't have a choice, Kayla. And they have to swear to a suicide pact, too. Now, I don't think it's enforceable, but... Nope, not here. Not here, Kaylan. There's only one way out of here, and you know what that is. Well, soaking... Soaking is weird, but other Christian denominations have shit like that, Maddie. Not as weird as soaking. But, like, let's just say I knew some Catholics who only considered vaginal sex as sex. Anything else was game. And they considered themselves virgins. Let's just say I've known Catholics like that. You think you're like, you think that's a joke? That's literally it. That's a song? Oh, no shit. I didn't know that. But it's weird. Catholics are actually the good ones at the moment. Who would have thought? There will be a 2026 competition, Carlos. Oh, but you have to start the painting after I start. You sure about that? Absolutely I am, Amy. Oh, I agree. It's just that on the ICE issue and immigration issue, the Catholics have been good. That's my only point here. Obviously, I'm not defending the other horse shit from the Catholics. No, I said Catholics specifically. I also heard a really interesting take from somebody about why America is so fucked with all the other, like, you know, denominations. And I found a very interesting take that the reason why you don't see, like, Baptists and, like, all these weird sects of Christianity in Europe, because the Catholics just like, no, fuck you guys, you know, blah, blah, blah. They stamped that shit down early. Where in the United States, the Catholics didn't have really a foothold until later, and all these other sects were established, and that, like, Catholicism actually helped with Christian extremism within Europe. Thank you, Maddie. I will listen to it. I thought that was a very, very interesting take. Like, Amy, do you have, like, what, Protestants? You have just, like, base Lutherans and Protestants right in the UK, but you don't really have, like, Baptists and, like, all the weird shit, right? Church of England? That's Catholic, right? No, it's not. It is exactly... So it's the Lutherans. I didn't know that. Don't you laugh at me, Richards. Just because I'm a big dumb animal. Yeah, but they're... Oh, I'm thinking of King James Bible, right? It's King James Bible. Okay. It's for the divorce. So the Church of... Okay, I didn't know that was what was still in power, though. You know what I mean? I do know the story that he created, like, another sect of Christianity just so he could, you know, fuck somebody else. But I didn't know that was still, like, the predominant one in England. But, you know, if the woman can't have a son, that's a problem. You know, it's just, you know, it's the woman's fault there. Every single one was that Henry never was a Willie or a Sam. Well, wasn't it because she wasn't giving him an heir, she couldn't have kids? It's a little bit like that, Carlos. Really, the king is? Well, then he... Oh, because he had problems with the Pope, right? Okay. Right, because that was like a battle with the Pope when he changed it, right? That was an open defiance. And he was excommunicated from the Roman Catholic Church then. Gotcha. Was it because they weren't having sons or he just wanted to fuck somebody else? Probably a little column A problem. Right? Didn't he have problems, though, with not having an heir? But it's probably both reasons. Gotcha. They kept having girls? Gotcha, Amy. I know, religion's I mean, theology is a very interesting subject. He wanted a divorce, okay. Henry. Interesting. Thank you for the information. It's funny too. There's Christians here that want to get rid of no fault marriage or no fault divorce, so that people can't divorce their shitty husbands. There's literally people who believe in that shit. Okay. It is like that, Mandy. I have not seen. Wait, Richards, was that one you showed me actually? Richards, would you mind posting in the Discord?
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my God! Hooray! Starcat, son of a bitch. Starcat alien thingy. Ethan Everett. Slime, welcome in. Welcome in. How are you all today? Welcome in. Get on in here. All right, fine, Ethan. Fine.
Grab the children! Save the children!
You can't. Those children are done for. Nope, they're done, Starcat. Well, get him up to speed, man. You gotta explain it to him. All right, have fun, Starcat. Nice to see you alive as well. How do you source my paint? I make it. Me, Burning Slime. I make it. Thank you, Richards. I make all my oil paint, watercolors, and oil pastels. We have not. Well, it's because of the oil paints, Amy, I use the machine. But we made some on the last stream, though, coincidentally. We just made a tiny batch to test out Carbon Black. Son of a bitch! Hi, I'm Amanda. Glad you got home safe, Amanda. A 3 mil roller is the name of the machine I have, Carlos. A 3 mil roller. It's hard for me to... It would be hard for me to stream using that because it's hard to get, like, without showing myself. And you don't want me exposing myself. Ooh, that sounds nice. Alright, Amy might like that. But most of you would not like me exposing myself. This is true. You and your goddamn basic instinct. In due time, Dia. One day I'm just gonna show it for like 10 seconds. And then never again. I don't have a mustache. I have terrible facial hair. Yeah, your point is, Maddie? How else am I supposed to make hot pot? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Sweet Pink Fox. Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, Sweet Pink Fox, don't hesitate to ask. There's a lot of foxes, aren't there? Good point. Maddie, how are you going to handle the fox infestation in this channel? You're part of the wildlife department. Do I need to remove you? We can't have foxes running the show here. Not after last time, Maddie. Not after last time. Can't do it. Maddie, do you not remember what happened last time? Think of our budget. The budget's not going to matter if we get taken over by foxes. Oh, I guess you don't want any more pizza parties, huh? Hey, everybody, you know I owe everybody 2 pizza parties, but Maddie's canceling them, everybody. Maybe. I mean, it is all... I mean, I only do this stream for the views, Amanda, so you are right. That's what this was about? Give it and take it away. I don't know. Well, we're going to have to run this up to the board of directors because we'll see if they agree with you. Fast forward, they agree with you. Ah, shit. Odorous, have you not been to any of the pizza parties? Maddie, what soda did I serve at the hot pot? What soda did I serve at the hot pot? I have a 2 liter of RC Cola in my fridge right now. Well, cherry RC because it's delicious. It was just, I thought there was both cherry. Was there a regular as well? Okay. It was RC, but I thought it was Cherry RC. Wait, are you a drug head, Amy? Did you come to my home? My sanctuary? Drug head? How you doing, Ernie's Morera? If you have any questions, Ernie's, please let me know. On YouTube's. The cherry was good, wasn't it, Maddie? Carlos. No drugs for you. God, all these drug heads. All these despicable druggies. I do remember that, yeah. How could I forget, Amy? Once again, anybody new here, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I need to do stuff over here, huh? Maybe something like that. It's probably too red, huh? I just made that too red. We want it more neutral. Let's see what this gives us. A belt, deodorant. Wait, he borrowed underwear from you too? Did Al just forget everything? Of course I'm still here, Mud. I'm gonna try and finish this one today. Maybe not. Maybe we'll come back tomorrow and finish it. We'll see. That's true, Amy. But your underwear is like a cheap hotel. No ballroom. Zing. I did poop during the break, everybody. It did happen. Well, Amy does use my watercolors, so... So maybe they're stretched out. Oh, I fucked up that space a lot. Maybe not. What, Dia? What? Nothing? All right. All right, fair enough. Still too bright, huh? Surprisingly. I need like an in-between. Shooby-doo-bop-bop. I think I need to do a purple. A dark purple, everybody. To get the contrast I want. Palette still not froze. Fucking shoulder. Ultimate Bristle, Richards. Ultimate Bristle from Rosemary & Co. For the ultimate alpha male. Or that's how it was advertised to me.
A good evening.
A good evening. Hi, Drew Holt. Welcome in, bud. What the fuck did you just say? So just take my hand. Thank you. We're trying. We're trying. You know, everybody on the stream, though, Drew Holt was like, we hate this. This is terrible. Give up. You should stop painting. A lot of those reactions tonight, so you might be the minority. I have, and I didn't notice a difference, Richards. Ultimate Bristle, I believe, is synthetic. That's the difference. Like, mostly when I hear people talk about difference between natural and synthetic with these ones, it's like, apparently synthetics can be more perfect, right? That, like, it lacks a little bit of a randomness to them that you might get with authentic stuff, but I don't know. To me, it's hard to tell that difference, so I don't even bother. I didn't notice a significant difference between either of them, so I believe Ultimate was cheaper. So that's where I went. If you feel like there's one, you know, go for it, but like I said, I personally don't. Bum, 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 ba-dum, so just take my hand. Put my master study from today in shared stuff. If it's another picture of a severed head, I'm going to be very upset, Odorous. $13. And he said it was for the 13 deadly sins. Both. First the images, then the actual. You got 17? Oh, wow. But then I couldn't even use them as props because they were evidence. So that was disappointing. Why, did you hear that happening, or you just like felt like, you know, it was just like a random fear you just developed? Really, it's happened before? Like at Old, like not to you, not to you, but like at Old Navy. We all have, Maddie. What are my irrational fears? I guess I have an irrational fear of Zima never coming back. I said it's an irrational fear, Dia. Zima's coming back. Good to know, Blink Dog. That is a bottle of Mio Netto. Carry on. Thank God. So just take my hand. Bum 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 bum. I'm curious if I should bring out Pyrrole Orange for this. God, that was too close to the edge, huh? I could. Fucked it up this time. So the honest for this particular life is the aspiring middle class or perhaps the ironic upper middle. I'll admit, I'm intrigued, but can you tell me, is that one of those limited edition large Baby Bell? I don't think it's Baby Bell. It was, what was the brand? I think it started with a C. This is inspired by my mom's particular wants for a still life. So, my mom, I'm doing a still life for my ma, as a late Christmas gift, and we talked it through, and she's just very particular about colors, and so that's why I'm using the Mignotti champagne. I'm talking about the company name, smartass. But, so I don't think she was going for any direct commentary. But I can ask her. Now, I put together this one as like a test of the larger idea. Not the larger idea. Like that she wants fruit in there. She wants, like the cheese to be more apparent. I'm doing a simpler one. Fromage, cabat. I'll look at it. It's not like a super fancy cheese though. Tortugapan. Thank you for the follow. I'm checking the cheese. Oh, fuck. Here. Shit, I almost just fell. Castello. Castello. The cheese is Castello. Jesus. That's just a coincidence. So I'm jutting out over there. Or not coming out enough. Let's see. Could have been a little deeper, less white. Okay, I need to jet out a little bit more on that side. I just like fuck that up. Not painting with enough color in some areas, that methinks. What are you talking about? The yellow? Sean? Wait, oh, you're talking about Pyrrole Orange. Pyrrole Orange, I believe, is PO73. Or no. Is it PO73? What's on my website? Is it PO73? Sorry, I wasn't thinking straight for a second there. So I gotta move this stem to the right, I think. Which is an annoying fix. One of the reasons I can't just have bismuth in a primary palette is the orange mixes. Why? Bismuth lemon, I think, is as neutral, and if anything, it leans slightly warm. But I have not had any problem with orange mixes. I just really haven't. Plus, if you are worried about that, then just do bismuth yellow light if they have it. But they probably don't, I imagine. Yep, I gotta move you over. Fuck. It's not really green. It looks green relative to the other Sean, but it's not a greenish yellow, I assure you. I have seen people describe it that way, but in practicality, it just isn't. I talked about it earlier. It is not better than The Thing, but it is a wonderful, spectacular film. It's a really refreshing film to see in the context of all the bullshit of, like, you know, the recency bias of the bullshit from now. But it is a spectacular film. I really have no just criticisms of it. And Sean, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. I've been using it for a long time now, Sean. I think it just, relative to the other yellows, it looks greenish because almost every other, outside of lemon yellows, everything is very warm. It is legitimately just, it's one of the better films I've ever seen. Specifically with, like, the narrative and the characters are spectacular. Yeah. I'm just letting you know that lemon yellow makes fantastic oranges. Like, Sean, if you go to my YouTube, on my channel, I have a color mixing playlist, and in there, I know it's how it's characterized, but, I'll show, would you believe me if I told you that companies regularly get those classifications wrong, and I could prove it? I've heard them describe colors as purpley yellows. Purpley yellows. Bluish orange. I've heard both of those from Old Holland, nonetheless. Yeah. But it's, I just don't think that the evidence is there in practical, unless it's a different pigment. There could be, you could be using that bismuth could be one that leans more green. The bismuth lemons I've used from Kramer, Galkid Pro, and another one have all been extremely similar in that a very neutral yellow. Meta comment: if there is a cruise ship line. That's odd. Are you streaming, chatting on multiple channels, or am I having a stroke? I don't smell almonds. I am streaming on YouTube. Yeah, so, you know, Sean, PY184 has 7 different hues. I think they have 7 different ones, but 3 used for paints. They're all 184. Just like, I believe it's like every burnt sienna or every umber and sienna is under PBR7. So, you know. Four use for paint? Thank you, Drez. So there is the medium, light, and lemon. What's the other one, Drez? Dark? Okay. Did Kramer not carry dark? I believe when I was looking at them, they only had 3 on Kramer. You know, I could be misremembering. I'm just like, you know, because I've gotten that pigment a lot from them. I've gotten also the medium from them. Thank you. That's a point for you, Amanda. It's an oily point for Amanda. Woo! Good work. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have a mod here to thank you. Thank you, Maddie. To give Amanda their just desserts. Oh, I think you can mix an extremely strong. I mean, I could put them right next to each other if you want, Sean. Oh, good, Amanda. Printer JPEG, thank you for the follow. Fuck me, no, fuck you. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's, I don't think of pigments in primaries, Sean. I just think about what's the widest range I can mix with these colors, right? That's like, you know, even though that, you know, tends to be a primary range, right? But I have found, and I used to use bismuth lemon medium on my palette, but it ultimately was just kind of pointless because it didn't do anything specific for me. Consider hue and color the same thing? No. Schmuckleberry. Hue is different than color. Color is like red-green. Hue is like, here's a warm orange and here's a cold orange, or here's a desaturated orange. That's hue. Kramer currently has 4. Good to know. Thank you for checking that out, Drez. See, here's the thing, Sean. There's a couple layers to this. So, Sean, I actually think I actually very much disagree with you, because the most saturated orange would be the brightest and saturated orange, and lemon yellow is by far the brightest yellow and most saturated yellow. So why I use Pyrrole Orange is because it's just as bright as my lemon yellow and Pyrrole Red mix, but it's just that much more saturated. But that's also because it's a single pigment. No, I'm pretty sure I would use lemon yellow. Why wouldn't you?
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Oh, mixes compliment, but it once again, like you know, if you view it different, like you must view it differently. I don't think lemon yellow leans green. I think it is clearly in the neutral range. I've seen no evidence to suggest that it leans green. I understand that aspect of it, Sean. I just don't think there's evidence to suggest lemon yellow leans green. Because you can check out a neutral yellow, at least in RGB, if you want to see what neutral yellow looks like. Now it's different, obviously, than what you see in person. If you go 255 red, 255 green, and 0 blue, that's supposedly, you know, a neutral yellow. Now, there's not a direct translation there, I agree. It's not like the same, you know. But it does tell you the severity of the color. Of how neutral yellow looks. I will not bow. See, I don't think you're seeing the color accurately. I just don't. So what pigment would you use? Like, which one do you suggest? Son of a bitch, Maddie. So cadmium yellow light or bismuth yellow light? Well, I would only suggest for you to test that out then. And find the most saturated orange you can get and compare them. God damn it, Manny. You son of a bitch. I understand that. I like I said, I don't think you are correct here. And I've tested all three of those out. Maybe it's a difference in acrylics. I know. I'm just letting you know my opinion.
Be aggressive.
That's right, Lizzie. Son of a bitch! 2 in one day. I mean, Sean, I mean, I could say the same thing, right? God damn it. My points. I mean, do you just want me to mix them right now? Which one is PY83? God damn it, Lizzie. It had to be you. Yeah, Pyrrole Scarlet's a better choice than Pyrrole Red. It does, you know, the reason why I got Pyrrole Orange, because it doesn't get, I mean, it's close, but it's not Pyrrole Orange. I have tested that exact mixture. Not with PI83, but with like Cad Yellow, sorry, with Bismuth Yellow Light and Bismuth Lemon Yellow. It's less saturated. But there's just a very, very rare time where that comes up. Thank you. Diarylide Yellow. Who else tooted today? I did. Oh, who else won? Amanda did. Amanda did. Son of a bitch! Yeah, but Sean, you're not accounting for the value as well. So a brighter color of the same saturation is more of the same like color intensity is more saturated than not as well. It's hard to explain this, but it's like that the 3D what is that fucker's name? The Munsell? The Munsell color rating. Didn't get me, Salt. But Salt, you've gotten quite a few. You've looted the body a few times. Like a fucker. How many you've gotten twice, maybe? I think twice, yeah. All I know is you people are sick. That's right, Odorous. You've gotten 3? In watercolor, I prefer. Which yellows are those? The 155 and 150, Shasta? You're only at 9 odorous? I could, Maddie. I could. I definitely could. Ideals or Nickolaism, gotcha. Gotcha. No, it does work. Yeah, that's right. Like a stone, carry on. Basically, Mud. Certain elements of this one. She originally wanted this blue background, then she's like, I don't like this blue background anymore. I'm like, well, I'm going to use it for this one because I want you to see stuff. She couldn't really comprehend the glare in the photos and how I wouldn't paint glare. And now I'm realizing these oil paint backgrounds have too much glare as well when I'm seeing them right now. So that is a problem. So I might have to start doing the backgrounds in acrylic. Zirconium yellow. Okay, I remember you telling me about it. That's fine, Maddie. What reference suggestion are you thinking about? We're already past that point, Salt. If she doesn't like the one I make her, I'll do another one for her eventually. Until we get it right. Maybe a prop suggestion, Maddie, instead of a reference suggestion. Lose them down so much. Yeah, I do agree with that, Sean. Yeah. Yeah, with watercolors, it's also a different equation. Exactly, Mud. My mom actively tells me she doesn't like a lot of my paintings. she'll just, oh, I don't like this one. I find it funny. You gotta realize that, Mud, I learned that I am who I am. I am my mother's son. I am my mother's son. And I keep telling her that she's responsible for me being in this world. So she has to take responsibility and suffer the consequences. Sounds good. Sounds good, Maddie. If you're thinking about any references, send them my way. If you want, like, you know, I wouldn't be. I'd probably be most game for a still life prop setup with it. Yeah, no Hansa Yellow is good to use. Is your mom into art? She is. She's taken painting classes before, but she's never gotten that into it. Like she you know, was doing like copies and stuff like that. So I'll say this: she doesn't paint in a way that I like, or has painted in a way like, but she has painted. I do have my middle sister does have an art degree from Vanderbilt. But she never pursued art, or never intended to pursue art as a, you know, job. She did it mainly for like another major, and she basically had 3 majors. Or graduated with 3 majors. My middle sister. Am I going for a while? Hi, Grumpy Artist. Are you going for a while yet? If so, I'm gonna pour a libation. Enjoy your. Yeah, I still got. I'd say at least an hour to an hour and a half. Grumpy Artist, welcome in. Pour yourself a drink. What are you implying, Maddie? What are you doing, Maddie? Name that movie, Maddie. Yeah, I probably will take that one. Implied D's nuts. Oh my god. There's that wit. Nope. 2001: A Space Odyssey. They didn't say Maddie in that, but it was about inflection. When you're lost and alone, you're sinking like a stone. Carry on. I like the shadow of the wine glass best in this one. In the final one, that'd be sweet. Oh yeah. My mom liked the shadows. Like we talked about the setup before stream, and the shadows are going to be a prominent focus of the future one as well. Yep. I'm using that spotlight again for this too. One reason I pulled the trigger on it is because I felt like it could serve as something good for still lifes. Pick a palette with only one version of a primary. If I had to do it, I'd pick blue though. What do you mean by that, Sean, out of curiosity? When you're lost and alone, you're sinking like a stone. This background could probably be darker. Did I like kind of fuck up this background? I might have. Let's move the background darker. Right, Otis. Like your palette only has one yellow hue. If it were to make a similar style palette, go with blue to limit to one hue. I don't know. I mean, I obviously feel different, right? I feel like the cold and warm blue are a huge difference. I have not found that with yellows. Is that how dark I want to go? I could push it even more. that seems like more of the range I want to be in. Problem's gonna be picking up a lot of this. Yeah, just, you'd be surprised how bad your greens are then. I mean, the only reason I don't have 2 yellows out here is because, like I said, lemon yellow does the job for everything I need a yellow to do. I think it's okay, neutral. It's in the neutral range, but for the price of it, its tinting strength, and it doesn't do either exceptionally. I'm not into that. If I had some, I'd test it out for you. Fantastic, Grumpy Artist. Welcome in. If you have any questions, please let me know. Yeah, I know, as somebody who's putting a lot of thought into it, I don't think cobalt blue is a better. I think it's too valuable what the 2 blues give you to not have them both. That's a better way of saying it. I'm gonna go black because I hit this. I mean, it's just like I said, I have not had that experience in the slightest, Sean. I just haven't. I've used multiple yellows. I've tested out several yellows. What, I've probably tested out 6 to 7 different yellow pigments. Maybe we go darker at the top. 6, 7, yeah. Well, I've tested out Blue Ridge Yellow Ochre. I have tested out 3 different transparent yellow ochres. Lemon Yellow Fawn and Sahara. Tested out transparent yellow oxide. Tested out bismuth vanadate yellow medium. Tested out cadmium yellow light, cadmium yellow lemon. What's the other weird one? I tested a weird one. Oh, benzimidazoline yellow. Yeah, those are the ones I've tested. How about those local sports teams? Mud, we're dead air. There's nothing really. Well, the combine just happened, which obviously I know, Mud, you're really into. Sumo starts back up on Saturday for us. For me, at least. For you, it's probably early Sunday morning. No, it starts off for Saturday night for you. Yeah. I'm not saying you don't. I like I said, I disagree on your views on yellow. Paralympics start on Friday. Good, Shasta, good. See, did I make that neck too thin now? Well, I would have to, for what I think to be true, it'd have to be your opinion then, right? Because I don't think it lines up with facts. And my direct experience, too. I'm not saying it doesn't have limitations. I'm just like, yeah, what did I just do? All right. I should probably move that. Oh. That's all. Thicked up. Yeah, bud, you're gonna have a busy couple weeks here. It's all right. I mean, Right, so including any other yellow doesn't increase the amount of colors I can mix. It is basically what, or enough to justify it. Artful Adulting, welcome in. If you have any questions, please let me know. A cad yellow pale guy myself. I'm just enjoying watching someone else suffer through a painting, huh? You're just a sadist. Wait a second. You're sick. 4.5 years. Do I want the orange? Oh, shit, my brush. Artful Adult. I feel like that name's familiar. Do we know an Artful Adulting? That name sounds familiar. A little too familiar. Maybe they're one of those Maddie assassins. I'll never tell. Okay, I keep on running into this wire and it... Oh, fuck. Yeah, fuck you. I need to get more yellow out. Maybe just go like that much. Let's get some more yellow out. This tube's almost dead. God damn it. Oh wait, no. Okay. I thought something blacked out for a second. Sorry, I'm having my AI hallucinations again, everybody. Naturally. I saw a legit non-ironic AI artist on YouTube, no, not YouTube, on Instagram Reels. It was weird. Well, thank you, Grumpy. I aim to try. I aim to try. Also to be self-aware. Okay. I found some good AI tools that aren't trying to glaze you all the time. Oh yeah, the name Artful Adulting, that was it. Yep. They just followed. I felt like I've seen that name before. All right. Okay, so now we need to get... Do I bother trying to put some lettering on this shit? I think we do it after this step. Maybe we'll just mix here. A little lead. A little lead in that pencil. Is that where we want to go to? I think we... You know what we probably do is go a little bit more red. And then we'll do a bright spot on this. What is that supposed to do, Odorous? Does that need to be up a little bit higher? I think I need to go brighter on a lot of this shit. I think it went a little bit too dark. Fuck. Shit. Shit. Little dot of orange over there. Adds in 5? Okay. Good to know. Thank you for the reminder. Shaky hand. that goes to saturated. Which I should do with this. Maybe it's just that. I think this I need to go a little bit darker, but God, time flies. Okay. All right, we're gonna take a little break. We're on to the highlights, but I'm gonna make you wait. This is how I get you to watch ads, Grumpy, even though YouTube doesn't have ads yet. Alright, this is how I fool everybody into ads. I start something important, start it, and then take a break. So they have to sit here. It's a very devious thing. Alright. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. And
Having spoken.
we're gonna run ads on Twitch, or ads are running on Twitch momentarily. Poop, scream, cry, yep. Shit, shower, shave. Snacks up. Alright, we'll see you when we return. 5 minutes-ish. All right, we're back. We're back. All right, almost done pooing. Almost there. All right. Take breaks to get your eyes off of it. There you go.
Move this man!
Stop it, Maddie. Communal wipe. What is this wiping you speak of, Amy? It's magic, Poison Jacqueline. Hi, Poison Jackal. All right. Back to the pile. Back to the pile. Yeah, right now we're about 4 hours and 20 minutes. Okay. So now this is what I need, actually. Funny enough, I think. Or do I go more... probably go more yellow. Yellow and lead white. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, that's where I want to be. Okay, good. Good. Good, good, good. Who says you can't do fine details with 25-inch long brushes? Everybody. Oh, yeah, I can't. Okay, all right. Isn't even that fine of a detail. Do chartreuse for funsies. The hell's chartreuse? Pass the D-Wipes. On the left side. That's a little dark in that area. I need to brighten that up too. Thank you, Claire. See, literally my shoulder is just touching the cord that connects to the cable, and it blacks out for a second. Son of a bitch, so sensitive. Could probably do something like this. No, so my shoulder, because I'm so muscular and alpha, my shoulders are wide, and my camera is sitting like right to the right of me, and it just if my shoulder touches the cable, the screen turns black. No, see, I can't because I'm just so toxically masculine, Amy. I am, Claire. I am. Pass the Have a good one, Salt. Nini. Okay. So let's... We're going to go and do titanium white now. And lemon yellow for this highlight. A little bit darker than that previous one. Something like that. That needs to be brighter. Don't like how that looks. Now we need to do some little scribbles. Because there is writing there. Nini Mud. I shall. Thank you, Omizu. Thank you. How was your stream? Are you done with your stream or are you still streaming? Clean up this edge. Okay. I don't like that edge highlight. I think that needs to be more saturated. So let's fix it. It's too chalky. Awesome. Hey, you've put a lot of time into that one. Question is, do I want to go purple or just like a deep blue? Let's try deep blue. No worries, Amy. You get some rest. Yeah, that works better. I could go a little bit lighter. You know, you're doing your personal style of painting. If it takes the time, it takes the time. But it looks great. It's an interesting piece. Except for all those cubes. Except for those dastardly cubes in there. We do. This is not a cubism stream. How dare you, Maddie? How dare you, Maddie? Okay, you're ballooning out a little bit too much. Here. Cut that in. So what's the thing about this, you know, with a still life like this, it really, you know how some people say there shouldn't be hard edges and stuff like that? What really sets off a still life, in my opinion, like this is having strong, sharp silhouettes and not making them soft. And I think that's very important for like the contrast that you see in glass, for example. Those are all super fucking sharp. So I would recommend for your realism to be aggressive. Be aggressive. Yes, exactly, Omizu. But the other thing we have to balance out here, and I think we might test it out momentarily. You'll like this, Grumpy Artist. You'll like this highlight coming up. Is it's important not to go too bright on a lot of this shit. Like you'll naturally see it kind of want to be brighter than it is. But to get the effect that you want, let me do something else first. You gotta really keep that in line. Some scribbles and doodads. Good enough. Okay, we're gonna try this out right now. Okay. Because we have some realism. I don't know if I would say we have great realism here, but we'll do a combination of yellow and white. Okay. Is this mark? There's a few others. That I see. But if everything is too bright, that loses a lot of its effect. And now I think I should juice this stuff down or more, juice it a little bit more, I think. We'll see. There we go, that cleaned that up. Because now we got... Alright. Probably over here. Gotta make sure this mark is also pretty intense. But an aggressive mark. By the way, there is no such thing as stylist as painting. I agree with that a lot, Omizu. I think if you search for a style, you're losing the point. That needs to be a little bit more. I agree, Grumpy. Maybe I'm doing it right now. But I wanted to get some of these in here. Even though this isn't finished and the glass isn't finished, but it also is not bad for... All right, there's a couple ways to look at this, right? Everything needs to be relative to those bright marks for that visual effect, right? But maybe I went in the wrong direction on those highlights a little bit. See, I see a little speck. Places like... I believe styles exist, but they always suck. Well, so because it's like a semantical argument, Sean, of right, like, I think if you paint the way you paint, it's your personal, I'll use the word style, right? But it's like, in the context of like searching for a style or emulating somebody, I think that's when it's, I guess, more in the argument of like losing the idea of like what you like, what you enjoy doing in search of emulation. I don't know. I gotta formulate my words better there. Yeah. But so, like, when you see people say, I gotta change my style or I gotta search for a style, I don't believe that exists, is a better representation. Obviously, your style can mature and change. It just is. Yeah, exactly, Sean. Well, and this is why I have my problems with Van Gogh. Exactly, Sean. Or how does that bottle look to you? How does this bottle look on a rating of shit to 1? Where are we at on this bottle? I'm not going to tell you which end of this is bad. On a scale of 1 to 1.1 and 10 being the best, what is this? Where is this rated? I think the bottle is decent. I think I need to zhuzh this a little bit more. Yeah, exactly. I like when I saw Sargent, Sean, when I saw Sargent's Muse specifically, I'm like, oh shit, this is it. You're talking about the shadow or the bottle? So you're not seeing this line super well. I also gotta fix that. The bottle on the right. I think I could denote that a little bit better. Here, I'll fix something. There was that mistake, but okay, let's... And then I'll fix that edge. I agree with that. They're tempted. Well, it's just, I mean, it's a matter of like doing and enjoying what you like, right? Amizu, what I've like, you know, what I've been talking about, right? Find something that you can disappear into for hours. How's that, Maddie? Did that help? It's okay if I didn't. But I also think I need something here. Look at that. Maybe that comes out too far a little bit. I'll fix that now. It's okay if it didn't, you know. No, I got like a white in here that's fucking this up. Yeah. Well, because you know what it relates to, Sean and Omizu and anyone in this discussion, is like, you see all those Instagram artists who kind of do the same thing over and over again because it does well, but then they just kind of put themselves in their own personal hell or jail. Something viewers will describe, not something a painter should aspire to. That's a very good way of putting that, Grumpy. Just create and allow your creations to live the rest. Exactly. I could not agree more with that, Grumpy. With that, you know, with that, how you say that. All right, we got a couple little bit more. Maybe not. Maybe a little bit more. Zhuzh. A little bit more zhuzh on that. Yeah. Exactly, Omizu. Pass the bitch left and side. It's like up here. This helps like with the edge of the bottle as well. So it's interesting that like how it refracts light, brings in this little like edge a bit, like in a non consistent way. So, you know, I've said things back and forth. Like, I don't care about, like, the exact subject matter I'm painting, because I enjoy the act of painting, right, a lot. Now, I do enjoy, though, making fucked up setups, as you all know, right? So it's like, but it's, you know, that's kind of like the comedian in me, like doing weird setups but like, I do care, though, that it's in person. I do care that I'm painting from life and in person. So I don't get as much joy in, you know, painting from any photo. I just don't. Style is just where you're at. Evolves. Yep. Deal with it rather than, yeah. It's just, you know, how many times have you seen it, Shasta, where somebody's like, I've heard these exact words, or it's like, oh, I need to switch my style up, or I need to, you know. It's an interesting discussion about, like, the nature of all this, right? About your aspirations. It's also it's like, it's philosophic in nature too, right? It's just, hear it all the time. Yep. I don't care a lot. And I agree with that, Sean, too. Well, and that's kind of like the problem with what we see on social media. It's, you get a lot of people who I think have like, out of, right, the concept of being successful, have like sacrificed their love is a strong word, but and ethics is not necessarily, like, I think necessarily the best representation of it. But they definitely sacrifice something, right? Yeah. That's a valid point, too. It's never particularly useful, though. Agreed. I mean, also, there's also the aspect of this, who am I to fucking, you know, criticize them, right? It's not even, am I even criticizing? I don't know. But, like, I'm being a little bit of a tight ass on this, on some of these marks on this glass, and I think I just need to start going for it. I just wish this silhouette is giving me a little bit of a Miyagi here. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it too, Shas. At least in like a more pragmatic way of looking at it. I wonder if I should just go super blue on this mark here. We'll see. That might be good. I should probably introduce some strong purples though there too. But I think that's part of like the stuff that you care about, right? But I don't like, would you necessarily, I know, I guess it's more of like forcing an aesthetic, right? That you don't, like there's like being explorative, right? But there's also good way of saying this. Right, because you might argue that trying something new is I guess doing that. But I would disagree with that sentiment. Yeah. But I think that's part of what you inherently like or want to do, you know? Maybe that's what... Okay, wait. Do I bring up that edge or not? Lower. Needs to be a little darker. See, now, fucking A. Why am I... so back and forth on this. Well, obviously I paint exactly like John Singer Sargent, so. Obviously. So I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know that feeling, Sean. But I know what you're saying. That's the Dutch. I got blue on this thing. Not the worst. Worry in what way, out of curiosity? Like as far as their intent? Or what they're trying to do? Up there. There's like a... That's kind of a tough color for me to read, but we'll see if this works. Where they'll become self-referential and eat their own too. So yeah, that makes sense. That's where I thought you were saying. I wasn't sure if you meant, meant something else. Let's get a little aggressive, a little bit more aggressive with the color choice here. You can't really see that much though, can you? Probably need to darken that up a little bit. We'll do that. Okay. Let's start bringing in some more highlights here. Shit, son of a bitch. Question is, how bright is that? Or do we just see how this looks? Kind of important to realize that ego is often intrusive, but also the biggest enemy of the emerging artist. I really agree with that. I have told, you know, a lot, when people have asked me for advice, grumpy artists, like, one of the most common things I tell them is it's okay to be bad and know that your stuff, you know, will be not to your standard for a good amount of time. And to also realize that, like, being too ambitious early is a very dangerous spot to be in. Not to say ambition is not a bad thing, but ambition and ego are a very tough mix to overcome. Over ambition and ego are a tough thing to overcome. I wonder if I should start laying down some of these glasses. The glass. Is that a seam or is that from the glass? There's a lot of reflections on this glass. Yeah, well, and that's also another issue with social media, right, Sean? Collaboration. Did you put too much food on your plate, Amanda? Or what are you trying to do? Because I'm going to get over ambitious on some biryani when I'm done today. Oh, yeah. I know that feeling. It really does. I like, you know, it's the unfortunate nature of it because, you know, because I can't tell, like, you know, I can't say that I've never been envious of, I've been envious plenty. I'm envious to this day of people who have, like, you know, make a living out of art and, you know, I'm trying, but I am envious of that. Thankfully, I don't let it really reflect on the shit I do. Or how I paint, right? I'm not going to be doing, like, celebrity portraits every day. But I also like to be true or do what I do. So I don't have any plans to stop. Who can see things in their mind. Yeah. I mean, there's skills, right? There's all those skills that come with it. But c'est la vie. Such is life. Be careful of all the windows you gaze into. One day it might be seen. Yeah. Well, I am a pervert, Omizu. How are we liking this glass, huh? Is this where we want to be at? Did it come together? Could probably go... Should change my tone up a little bit on some of these reflections. More so than what I might be doing. I should clean up the top one a little bit. I mean, that's a big one, right, Sean? That's why, despite our arguments, I appreciate you being here and challenging me. But remember, everybody, to follow me on all my socials, okay? And repost all my stuff, and, you know. That's very important, okay? Frankly, it's all I care about this. And I appreciate that. So thank you, Sean. You son of a bitch. It is. It absolutely is. Oh, missing some. Well, and that's like also the healthy thing about it, Sean, right? Is even if we disagree with stuff, it's can be like we can respect each other on it and just leave it as is. Yeah. Absolutely agree. Doing it again. Doing it again. What if I just keep on doing that again and not liking the result? That shadow looks like shit to me. Two thumbs up. I feel like the background is a little... What's the right way of saying this? Shitty? What word am I looking for? Dog shit. Okay, there we go. And I don't know... But the flatness, like, works a little bit. Is that not that dark over there? I have to go back to my life now. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much, Grumpy Artist. I hope to see you again. Next stream will be on Wednesday. Next stream will be on Wednesday, Grumpy. Take care, bud. All right, let's we're gonna try some stuff here, okay? We're gonna be aggressive. Those are the words of the day, everybody. And try kind of making this background not as dumb as it seems to me. shit. Did they? God damn you. I'm more optimistic in the Sox than I have been because we weren't so bad in the latter half last year. But I'm not holding. I think we're still going to be bad though. I'm just hoping to see some life. How are the Giants supposed to be? You're not optimistic in the Giants? Well, I mean, the Dodgers are just going to win it again this year. I'd be shocked if the Dodgers did not win this year, even with like regular like injuries. But it's the race to second. Yeah. Is that... Wait, who's your owner? Are you referring to Buster Posey? Or is he the GM? I used like no oleo gel today. Buster Posey's the president? No shit. Okay. He was like the face of your franchise for a long time, so I guess it's kind of fitting. For a long time. Have you seen that Hunter Pence streams on Twitch? You don't usually go on Twitch. Well, he does. Just letting you know. He plays Magic. A couple games here or there. But there was a period of time where he was streaming very regularly. But now he just kind of just comes on every few months. I do follow him. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I think the Brewers, I think the Blue Jays will be good again. I think the Yankees and the Mets got worse though, right? Well, because the Mets lost like 2 or 3 free agents, and they didn't. I don't think they signed anybody of note. I know. I saw a few like TikToks of Mets fans crashing out when the Dodgers made a couple of their signings. So yeah, fuck them though. I want this cloth to be loose as a goose in a papoose. Let's see if we can do that, huh? Yeah, well, is this strike happening this year? Wait, was it this year or next year that the strike would cause a lockout? For some reason I thought it was this year. I think they are. I think that's already done. But I believe the Major League didn't like that or didn't want that. I think because they wanted to do an expansion team in Vegas. Right? I think that was the story. I lived in Vegas. Everyone told me they would never have a sports teams. Well, so what? Now they got hockey, football, and baseball now. Kind of feel like Vegas though is a dying city. Apparently, the casinos are doing terribly, but I don't know how true that is or not. Still a major city though. Did you like living there? Yeah. Well, didn't like casinos just basically price them out with like table mins and shit like that? Or is it just because economic factors? Well, and that's like Vegas, I think low key needs that because they need that, you know, as I guess immoral as this sounds, it's like they need their employees to also filter the money back to them in some way, or the city, for a city like that to exist. Well, you know. Plus, that Edelson guy's is it Edelson? What's that fucking guy's name? Big Trump guy who owns one of the casinos. There's nothing I'd love more to see than some of those fuckers go broke. They never will, but at least in their lifetime. There are some scenarios, though, where Elon could go broke, but I don't think that happens with the Republican in charge. Like a trend in the economy at large, yeah. Or probably like an early indicator, right? An early indicator. Like there was somebody who had some indicators on, what was it? It wasn't Vegas, but Vegas was one I heard, but there was another one that apparently was a really strong indicator. Oh, strip clubs. Strip clubs. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. But there was somebody in economics who said that strip clubs are one of the strongest indicators of the economy, which I thought was hilarious and awful at the same time. Obviously, we're all going to the strip club tonight, everybody. We're going to, what was it? To Beavers. No, to Weasels. To Weasels in Rice Lake, Wisconsin, everybody. If they're still open. All right, everybody, we're meeting at Weasels. Yeah, they're probably a pretty damn good indicator, I imagine. Well, and also most of the casinos are making, and online gambling has hit the casinos too, I bet. At least with their IRL traffic, but I know a lot of them are moving to their own personal online casinos, you know? Or sports betting shit. The valet guys? Well, because valet is a good gig, right, in Vegas? Yeah, that makes sense. Who needs directions to weasels? I think I've told you guys that story, though. We had a summer camp. I went to a football summer camp for my high school where we went away to Rice Lake, Wisconsin. And literally at the entrance of our camp on the other side of the road was a strip club called Weasels. Called Weasels. Or is Eagle River? It was Eagle River or Rice Lake. It was one of those two. And I just got reminded of like a sad guy I met when I was interning. My first engineering internship. He was a young guy, like 25, and he would go to strip clubs all the fucking time and try and, let's just say, get with strippers. At, like, rural strip clubs, too. To weasels? Well, Sean, get on a plane. Nah, Las Vegas. Gotcha. Well, you know. Well, now you're gonna experience what the Las Vegas of the Midwest is gonna be like. Just because of prices and shit like that. I forgot, Sean. You don't even need to. You could drive to Weasels tonight.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my God, who read? Hi, Chris the Crippled. Hi, Carlos. Welcome in, bud. How was your stream? What were you working on? Fuck, that was too much yellow, I think. Thank you. Thank you, Crippled. Thank you, Carlos. I'm gonna call you Chris. I'm not gonna call you Crippled. My bad. I know. I just don't want to. I don't want to get used to just like calling somebody crippled, you know? But welcome in. Carlos, post your links or else. Post your links or else I will burn this place to the ground. It's a badly guaranteed. Thank you for the raid, Carlos. I do appreciate it. Carlos is not giving me their links. All right, I'm burning this place down. It was nice knowing y'all. I gotta disappear forever now. I regret nothing! I have the lit Molotov in my hand. Oh my God, Chris, you're sick. Now I'm looking to leave Wisconsin. You like? I mean, I want to move, but I'd want to move to like. I think I'd want to move to Canada. I really do. I just got family that I don't want to like separate out from. But that's why I'm thinking like Toronto, because it's like a 7-hour drive from here. Or from my family, so it's like getting home isn't like that big of a deal. But I don't know if Canada, I don't make enough money to do so, you know. All right, good. Everybody go follow Carlos. No worries. I still want you to post your links, bruh. Okay. How are we feeling about this, everybody? I could clean up that. Yo, how do you set up your camera? I want to start streaming like this, but I don't know how to set it up like this. It's a Sony a6300. It's a camera. I'm using a capture card. You technically don't with Sony's. But the capture card is a lot easier. So if you're using a mirrorless or DSLR camera, you need a capture card. Webcams don't show colors well enough to do so. And note that your color, I've had problems having, you know, strong color accuracy. Yeah, and then this is just a webcam right here on top of my palette. But my shoulder is like right down the middle ish. My right shoulder, and my camera is literally bumping my right shoulder. Yeah, does that work? Does the glass work, everybody? Remember, I'm very sensitive. Could probably clean this area. Get that edge down. You know what? There's some marks I can do. You know what? I didn't make the glass tall enough. I shrunk the glass a lot. That's why it doesn't look interesting. Wow, the top of the glass should be up here. I shortened it by like an inch. But it kind of works like this. Do I fix that right now? It's annoying.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god! Thank you for the follow rifle. Well, Carlos, thank you for the sub. Oh my god! Who raid? That is true, Sean. Welcome in. Welcome in. Get on in here, Renzella. Well, the cast shadow relative to it is fine. The cast shadow, I think, is in a fine spot relative to the glass. Welcome in. Get on in here. I better see some links from you, Renzilla, or I'm going to burn this place to the ground. The cast shadow, like the height of the cast shadow shape kind of sucks. That's what I think is actually the worst part of this. Oh my god, a 1 sub hype train. How dare, Renzella, you're sick. You're sick, Renzella. Welcome in, bud. Thank you for the raid. Post your links, or else. That makes it look a little bit better. Good. Good. Thank you, Helpful Doodles. Thank you. Yeah, we're like... I'm looking for garbage areas right now. Kali Space Jam, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I did see you with the raid, though. It's tough, you know, I'm doing this all from eye. So, for all you don't know, I paint from life. I paint from life. So, I got this in front of me. But, you know, it's tough to see. Yeah, from the lower right. It is. You got it, Omizu. But I'm dealing with glare in the background, which has been a pain in my assholes. You know, we're going for some realism here. Let's try this. Some of my shapes are off, but it really doesn't matter, huh? Yeah, I don't know. It really isn't something I need to worry about, right? It just isn't. I mean, it doesn't look like weird, right? It just looks... It's just not what is actually... I didn't hit the form well enough. But I think we have realism, right? I think we have realism. Any naysayers on the realism? All right, okay, that's okay, that's good. Doesn't look weird. I wouldn't think anything of it if I didn't see the original, yeah. Now, does this read as paint maniac? A clinically diagnosed paint pervert maniac. Does that read? Do you see that in this painting? Class 1 diagnosed, mind you. First of its kind. It depends. Can't taste the cheese, you maniac. Oh my god. Terrible. Okay, there's something I can fix up a little bit. Oh, for Raiders, I'm a sad, desperate man in need of YouTube subscribers. If you can find it in your heart for less than the price of a cup of coffee, aka free, you could sub to my YouTube. I'm trying to get to 1,000. Needs a knife. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of keeping this simple. I was thinking about some cutlery, though. Thank you so much, Kelly. For less than the taste of a painted cheese. Yep. I'm going to start doing that stupid thing. You know, like Jimmy John says free smells. Free looks, everybody. How am I supposed to cut the cheese? With your finger. My finger knives. That's a family joke that nobody will understand. Alright. I think I should just leave it be, right? Fuck it. Fuck it, we out. We done. I did not know that, Amizu. Are we done? Doesn't look straight on. Alright, let's fix one more thing. I've gone back to this so many times. Let's do a little bit off. Okay, that's fine. Alright, let's call it here. Baby, one more time. Nope, we're done. Done. GG's. Perfect. Well, you guys are here for the best part of the stream. Okay. Now is the part of the stream where everybody makes fun of the painting and critiques it. Until I cry in shame. I used like no oleo gel today. What the fuck?
Shit.
Alright. Alright, this is it. This is what has to happen, okay? Is your paintbrush... Yes, it is taped to the end of the stick. I like using... I haven't yet, Sean, because I'm using them up, but this is the stuff that you need to make it. You saw that. I'm probably gonna do a test soon. Just to see the amounts, so then I could do like a pre-measured amount, you know. But I have a whole new, you know, jar that I paid for. Used a lot of my paint, though. So yeah, real chicken meister. I like using long brushes. So my brushes are about 25 inches long, and I hold them like a wand, right from the back. So I'm sitting about 3 feet away from my painting. That was all done with those long brushes, holding them like that. And I do that for a specific reason. Like a paint fairy. Yes. Yeah. See, you put a banana and 2 kiwis underneath your pillow, and I'm what shows up at night. You're welcome. I do that, Chicken Meister, to force myself to stay back while I'm painting it. Because putting your head 6 inches away from this shit and painting is not... It's not what people see. Okay? I'm trying to make sure that this looks good with relative to that, or this looks right to, you know, this, right? So that to me is more important. So you'll look in, there'll be a lot of sloppy marks, right? We can zoom in. Here. We'll zoom in some more. Zooming, focusing. Right? They're just splotches. They're just splotches, right? But you zoom out. Goddamn. My camera got all fucked. Place my camera. Right? And you have, like, you know, I'd say decent realism. So I try and sit back far to maintain, you know, the area of what's important for, you know, what people are looking at. But, you know, to my detriment at times, it makes certain details really hard. It makes, you know, some brush strokes more difficult. But it gets better over time. Like, now using a shorter brush feels nuts to me. I do recommend trying it out, or just taking a foot, like, start off, if you're used to choking up on your brush, just use a foot long brush and hold it from the back for an entire painting, and sitting away from it. Exactly, Shasta. Exactly. Get a little bit of a headache. Okay. Let's do one more pass through. Okay. Oh, there was a lot there still. You know, oh, fuck. Let's do one more. Did you make your own? Oh, wait, no. Sorry. Already read that from Sean. Okay. All right. One bucket cleanup, true. With the mop now? Do you show... sorry, that actually means something for watercolors. Do you actually do? I'd love to hear that. Sorolla painted with super long brushes as well. 6 feet long brush. Really? I didn't know that. Okay. Now, why everybody's... I know why you're all here. I know I got raided at the end of stream. I know you're all sick. Where the fuck did my headband go to? Must have fell off the chair. Okay. Alright. I know you're all sick people. Time to wipe the D. Live and uncensored. You're gonna sit here and watch this. Alright? You're gonna watch this. Because you can't leave. Archimedes. Exactly, Shasta. Good. Good, Shasta. Oh my god. Oh, it burns a little bit. God, you're sick. Yeah, please do, Sean. Oh my god. Why would you watch this? I am demeaning myself. God. This is terrible. I'm ashamed of myself.
Have you spoken?
I hate myself. This is the worst thing ever. Okay. Alright, D has been wiped. Also, join the Discord if you want to see updates on my next stream. Also, if you're curious on any of my materials, I have a section in my Discord now with every material I use listed outside of paint. Because my paints are in the shop that I sell. So there's already a reference for them. But, yeah, if you wanted to see, like, the oils, where I get my brushes, my palette knives, my canvas, even the glass for my palette, I have it listed all there. And if you're curious on anything specifically that I don't have up there, I'll put it up there on what I use. There's nothing, you know, there's other stuff in the Discord, but nothing, you know. Mainly updates on when I'm streaming next and stuff. Including the wiping of the D, that's true. I thought those were self-explanatory, Shasta, but... Okay. Let's post this to the Discord, and then we'll find somebody to raid. Okay. Omizu, thank you for hanging out. Sean, thank you for hanging out. Matisse used long brushes, huh? I don't know if I would have expected that from Matisse. Oh. Blacked out again. Hi, Nordic. I told you there was no preverts whatsoever, Drexaya. You just missed the D-wiping. How you doing, Nordic? Nice to see ya. We're about to raid out. Do you know what? I can't write perverts on my Twitch title, by the way. It won't let you. How many postverts? I'm not an introvert. I'm not an extrovert. I'm a pervert. Alright, we got Mama Talks, Mahoodles. We raided Mahoodles a couple times recently, though. K-Heart. We will raid Mama Talks. Old friend of the stream. Alright, everybody. Just write Prussian blue. Never. Terrible pigment. Sounds good, Drex. Heresy. It's terrible pigment. Terrible. Terrible. You have a great night, though. Once again, if you aren't subscribed to my YouTube, please do. I'm really pushing to trying to get to 1,000. It will help me out tremendously. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Shasta, Nordic, Drax, Omizu, Sean, Salt, Pickles, Maddie, Mudworks, Odorous, Amanda, Amy. If I didn't remember your name, please take it personally. Shasta, of course, if I didn't say Shasta. But if I didn't remember your name, it was on purpose. Okay? It was. I want you all to know this. All right. Till next time. Richards. Richards. Sorry, Richards. I forgot. You hadn't ridden recently, all right? Richards, you have a great night, buddy. Bye, everybody.